Alright. It didn't connect. No. Come on, I thought I'd hit that button properly. Okay, we should be here now. Alright, hello. Greetings and welcome in, everyone. Hi. My name is Harrier Citadel, avian alien, sentinel of Fort Misthaven, perpetrator of creative chaos, general maker of things, and no longer frozen. Hello! Greetings, Krasik. Greetings, Alex. Welcome in. Good to see you. I hope you guys are doing well. Alex, I hope you got enough rest yesterday, after being up irresponsibly late for your time zone. I did? That's good news. That's very good news. I'm glad. Just making sure I've got everything. I think I do. Okay, so today was interesting. I had another IRL interruption, so certain things ended up taking a little bit longer than anticipated. But I have now got the house model ready for importing into our animatic, in the sense that all of the parts that we're going to need, we're going to start pulling those in. And we're going to see how much we can get done in stream before I need to go behind Hex Curtain for plot reasons, because this one has got a lot of spoilery bits. It's got so many, there's so much that happens in this thing. And while the setting is confined, let's phrase it that way, most of the time, I needed to really think about how I want to actually get things to come from Blender into Clip Studio, so that Stephen Afro can actually do the edits in a way that suits the work pipeline that he has in mind. And I had to think about it long and hard. So it was a lot more intangible work than tangible work this day, but I think I've got a plan for how to proceed, and I think that's a good starting point for the day. For everyone else, did you have productive days, good rest, all of those things so far? How did Tuesday treat you? I just want to check something. Chilling? Hey, that's always good. Getting a chance to take a break is nice. Oh. Maybe one of these days I'll get to experience that as well. Maybe, I don't know, but maybe. Like, I've had the unproductive days where the focus is difficult to maintain, and you try and do a thing, and then you find yourself sitting staring at the screen and not knowing where to go from there for a bit. Had a couple of those recently. But actually actively just disengaging, that's something that I need to actually make time for yet again. But anyway, I hope that the audio is okay. I did at probably the 9th second from the end of the countdown, I managed to finally hit a last adjustment button on my limiter, so hopefully I shouldn't clip as much as I did yesterday. We shall see. If I hit it in the correct direction, I will not be clipping as much as I did yesterday in stream, so fingers crossed on that front, right? Hoo-wee. Nothing really interesting. Oh. Interesting is sometimes not necessary for restful, right? I think so. Anyway, we have much to do, so let us see where we are at. So, let me start by switching on my gimbal and coming back out here. So, for those of us who are unfamiliar, okay, for the animatic that we are busy working on today, we developed this 3D model of a house shell, which is going to serve as the majority of our backgrounds, like the grand majority of our backgrounds in some way, shape or form, right? So I had a look at a couple of different rendering methods and how it renders out, and looked at the madness that is the list of the number of textures in this thing, and trying to figure out, okay, should I try and get this into NPR mode or what? And in the interest of my own sanity and a little bit of flexibility, I have opted to take screenshots straight out of the viewport. Because there is no ways on this blue earth that I'm going to wait for the thing to process renders. Not a chance. Not a chance. Not at this stage. One, because I can't get it to actually get the NPR look that I want yet, because I don't know how to do that yet. Growth point that I need to work on, right? And secondly, every time I tried to get a camera angle on here, I'd get this rectangle in the middle of the screen that was actually cutting out a large part of the view that I actually wanted to have access to, and I was not liking that. So I have opted to just basically blow this thing up as huge as possible and take screenshots straight out of the viewport. I am actually doing this in our viewport shading. And I should have that toggled on. I should definitely have that toggled on. And I should definitely not have that toggled on. Okay. So this is going to be... Wait, do I really want that toggled on? Hold up, let me just zoom in. I do not want that toggled on because for some obscure reason, even in Eevee, I'm getting all of these artifacts in the lighting. I don't know why it's doing that. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. What did I just... But it's actually necessary. Ugh, okay, fine. The little bit of texture I can probably process out. We'll see. Okay, so this is going to be the 4th or the 5th time that I'm going to be taking this set of screenshots in order to get this to work. This particular shot that I have it lined up for at the moment is the second shot in the animatic. And it's this long panning shot, really, so I want to get quite a bit of width out of it. And for that, I want to really zoom in quite significantly. I don't necessarily want to have this in perspective mode, because then we don't get the effect that I actually want out of it. Or do we, provided we stay... Okay, I suppose I can get something more or less right in ortho. That gives us the sense of depth. Yeah, okay. This is going to be our plan for this particular shot. I'll incorporate perspective again in future shots? No, that's not what I wanted to undo. But okay, we'll start with this. I don't like this bounce light that's on these shelves. Why are they doing that? Why have they got this black glow? Hold up. This is in the kitchen. Switch this on. Make sure that I have got that on. I want this. Okay, so apparently that is not that one. It's this one, so those two need to swap around in my list, otherwise I'm going to get confused. Okay, so let me just mush this in a little bit more. What are you doing? Okay. Well, a little bit of distance will help it describe itself a little bit better. That's fine. Okay, let's try this again. Let me just see though. I wanted to just check the shader on this. Why? Okay, never mind. I'm probably not going to get a satisfactory answer out of that anyway, so let it do its little bit of denoising things. Okay, that's about as good as I'm gonna get it. And now we grab. I need that one to close. I don't know why that got smacked. Anyway. Grab a chunk. Now, this was the previous version where it was in orthographic view, but like straight on the angle. And of course I messed up. And Blender is freezing. Why are you freezing? Come on. Don't do this to me. Chaos. It persists. And despite all things, the chaos persists. Well, that's work for you, right? Sometimes it goes smoothly and sometimes it doesn't. All we can do is hope that things catch up. There we go. That can close because we're not going to use it. Okay. Take two. I can zoom in more. I can afford to zoom in more. And I want enough height. Just let the denoiser do its thing. Okay. Grab you. This is most certainly not the most efficient way of doing this, probably. But if it will do the job, then that is enough. I'll line things up a little bit better just now. Okay, there I've got a mistake, and that needs to definitely go below there. And one more for good measure. If it'll catch up with me, please. I should probably hit the save button on this blend file. Oh dear. The hurry up and wait is hitting hard here, huh? Okay. So first things first, hit the save button on there. What I feared is coming true, and that is a couple of color inconsistencies. And that is entirely on account of the shadows. Come on. This is ridiculous. Okay, so folks, you might want to strap in, because this is going to be a stream full of sitting waiting for things to finish processing, I see. Okay, let's have a look. And it's not gonna line up. I had a funny feeling. Okay. So, noted on that experiment. And this is why we test things, right? This is why we test things. Failure is the building blocks to success. That is indeed the case in this scenario, for sure. If it gives me the same grief, then I will revert back to the first one and then put in shadows artificially. I forgot who originally said it. Yeah. It's one of those things that is very easy to lose track of who the original credits go to, and I think I messed up again. Oh no. Okay, I've at least got it safe on that side. Because there I messed up somehow. Are you trying to put shadows on objects? I'm trying to see what is going to give us the most consistent rendering method throughout. Because I need to get something that's going to be stylistically consistent with my usual illustration method as well. So I'm going to definitely need to do some paint over work. Should have gone higher up. Let it process a little bit more. There we go. And grab a chunk. Okay, let's see. Definitely lighting inconsistencies. Go. Okay. Let's see if softening that with the airbrush will help. Yes, it does. Okay. When in doubt, have overlap and hide it. Okay. Next one. Okay, this is concerning. What's going on here? I didn't zoom, did I? What's going on here? Okay, that's the hydrate timer. So everyone, let's acquire our nearest safer consumption beverages and take a sip. Oh, that explains that. That's a different piece of arm altogether. Not a reliable indicator of alignment. That's a bit better. How's this up here? Absolutely abysmal. Yeah, no, this is not working. We're gonna stick with the first one. We're gonna stick with the first one. And I'm going to just copy this back into this space because it's easier to see everything in working mode. And then what we can do is we can go add a multiply. And subsequently start our paint over work. I think that's going to be our best bet. Okay, that'll work. We don't want it to look too perfect at the end of the day, because then everyone just yells AI. So having a little bit of wobble in certain places is actually not a bad thing. Okay. Let's also smooth that out because, come on. What's even going on here? then I also noticed some roughness here that I don't like. And just dull this texture down just a little bit. There we go. Then over here, I want to add another layer, and on top of it, I want to just accentuate the ashtray a little bit. And here, make that one. .4. There we go. And then over here, I want to come back to some shinies. Okay, and now some of that a little bit reflecting on there. Blur it a bit. However, I think what I want to do is I want to grab these shinies and put them on a add glow layer, because it behaves a little bit differently and it makes it look shinier, and we want the shinies to actually look shiny. Okay. How does one do neon stuff? Always wondered. The easiest way to do something in neon is to pick a color, make a glow line, pick white, and then follow the same glow line inside with an airbrush. That's the easiest way to do neon. Is stack 2 airbrush layers on top of each other. If you've got add glow color style or layer blending mode, then it makes it a little bit easier. But neon is fun. Okay, that should do the trick for that. In terms of overpainting. So now we're gonna go group, copy, and paste. And call this one background. And line up the sits. For the sketch, there we go. Just pull this up. Okay, and then yeah, I'll draw the full character and then we'll see what is and is not necessary. You know what I forgot to do? Reset the timer. It's been about 12 minutes-ish. So I'm gonna leave the timer at that point. Okay. So, I'll come in and draw the character in a bit. The next one is gonna be a shot from the ashtray to the front door. So it's been about an hour since you started stream. Yeah, roughly. Do not go to camera mode. Camera mode does not help me. How many polygons are being rendered right now? Like rough estimate? I've got simplification on, so I'm not 100% sure, but if I go here and switch on statistics for a second, and select everything that can be selected. Let's just do this. This won't crash it, right? Shouldn't. If it was gonna crash, it would have crashed 15 million times already. Like, the texture that you're seeing on the wood here is on a normal map. So I'm not too worried about that. It's not actual texture. So I just don't trust things if I don't know how much about it, so I was worried about the stability. Yeah, I understand. I get you. It's rendering and the export stage of the process is something that I am also still a little bit fuzzy on a lot of the time. So there are a lot of things that I know that I don't know about the entire I don't know if I want to actually have that shot from this ashtray or from the one that's on the kitchen table. Hold up, let me check. No, I can't use the one that's from the kitchen table. Okay, yeah, I don't blame you for not being familiar with the stability. I'm also very unfamiliar as well. I've got a lot to learn still. Between all of this, I'm still just trying to compose a good-looking shot. And that means I'm going to need to move this ashtray. And this is on the y-axis, so grab Y. There we go. I was also worried because I wasn't sure if you moving the camera is always this jittery, if it was lagging. Yeah, I don't know either. Sometimes it's just jittery. Now we let it finish sampling. Do not simplify. Yeah, let's just leave that off. And I'm not happy with how that carpet is displaying. So let's just click the carpet. hide the particle system in its entirety. Or let's think. I don't know why it's being the dumb. You know what? I'm going to rather just grab it. GZ 0.001. Grab that. And let's see. Okay. I'm feeling better about that. Now let us go into a little bit of overpaint mode. The sketch for the entire composition is, at this stage, pretty much more concept than fixed rule. And the inking is just to do some stylistic tie-in. Because otherwise it looks like it and the characters do not necessarily belong together. Also just helps provide a little bit more clarity here where we've got something that is completely a different texture. Or a texture that is fundamentally confusing to the eye. we go. And just rotating the canvas so that I don't have to fight with an angle for a line that is tricky to draw. It's much easier to do that vertically than horizontally. Way, way, way easier. Also here where it needs to separate from the floor. There we go, there we go. And upright. I need to keep reminding myself that we're after a little bit of imperfection, because that tells us that we've got some humanity going on here. I know this is probably out of frame, but just to be sure. Yeah, Chaos Mal. You're about to attack my knees again, aren't you? I can just see it coming. Where are you? Seriously, where are you? Oh, there you are. Okay. What do you want? Okay. Keep it to yourself then, cat. Alright, let's continue. Now, one thing I don't want to do while I'm working on this is I don't want to posterize the existing screenshot, which will reduce the number of colors that we see, because then it just looks kind of cheap and nasty. Unless I decide that I'm actually not going to use the screenshots and just sort of... oh, not necessarily all of the screenshots, and just trace them. And then... no. I don't know. I'm still figuring it out. Let me ink everything first, and then I'll have a look again. Because at the end of the day, I do want to give this that sort of a manhwa feel. And I don't necessarily want the 3D render to be brutally obvious. But okay, that's the hydrate timer. So everyone, let's acquire our nearest safer consumption beverage and take a sip. Okay. I'm actually just going to reduce that opacity a bit more. Because then I can think like... I'm inking a sketch instead of... fighting for my life to see where I'm putting a line. That will do. Wrong color. Alright, and upright again. And now I need to get that back up to full view. Okay, I'm not completely insane. Lovely. Now I know in render modes there are ways to get line art straight out of Blender. They also look dismally mechanical, usually. Or require the application of more nodes than what I've got time for at the moment. So I am going to just... well, more nodes than I have time for learning, rather, let's phrase it that way. There is so much that I yet need to learn about Blender and shaders and environment artwork and compatibilities with things. And optimizations. Got me some apple juice? Nice. You've just reminded me that I've also forgot to reset the timer. Thank you. Oh boy. Okay, we're almost there. There we go. And upright. Okay, so for all practical purposes, at that point we should have a fully inked frame. Nice. Now what I want to do is I want to just add a little bit of contour on there, and let's just see. Okay. We need the door handle. That's what we're still missing. Keith, hello, hello, welcome in. How are you doing? Okay, happiness on that one. Hit the save button. Blender, hit the save button. Just for safety. Okay. Yeah, I think that's probably the biggest thing, is that I've got both the house and the animatic files open at the same time, so that's going to be the thing that's going to be doing the most damage to my RAM. Because there are so many layers. So many. I'm good, I ate some pizza. Ooh, nice. So at the moment what I'm doing is I am fudging stuff on the wall behind here. or behind the camera, because there is nothing there. And just getting the green more or less out of that section, because that would not have that light bounce in green necessarily. And I know where that comes from. It's from the fake environment that was active while I took the screenshot. But it's fine. Okay. And that'll do the trick. We'll just flatten everything out a little bit and make it a little bit more painterly. Something like that. Okay. Okay, that works. And then here, just flatten these out a little bit. Okay, that already looks significantly more drawn and less rendered. Still not quite there, but we're getting there. Okay. And then we need to do this mess. Okay. There we go. And then what I want to do is I want to make a smoke template. Which is going to be in black. And that we're going to have two pieces. Okay, clear, and number 2. There we go. Nice table, thank you! We're slowly but certainly getting there. Almost done with the overpaint. I just realized that I forgot to do the floor. So, just grab a couple of these and get some of that texture to pull through as well. There we go. Okay. Red, welcome. I realize I forgot to say so. Thank you for being here. How are you doing? All good? Glad to be here. I'm doing awful. Oh no, oh no. No, energy crashed in awful mood. Oh no! But herb stream, so that's good. Oh, I hope you can relax a little bit, enjoy your time here, decompress, and recover from the bad vibes of the day. Okay. Let me think, is there anything else I can do to this one? Yes. Duplicate. Blur. Clip down. And just color the lines ever so slightly. So that should soften the entire thing just a bit. Okay, but that is still not where I want this to be. That is still looking kind of blah. Okay, now let's just see how much is actually overpaint and how much is the actual thing. Okay. Okay. That ought to do the trick. Frame 1 done. Frame 1 done in its entirety. Woohoo! Let me just put the crop mask above. And what I want to do is I want to grab that color. Lock the crop mask. I am on the crop mask layer, yes, yes, okay. And fill. Unlock that layer. Okay, Okay, that just gives us an idea of the actual framing as well. So when we come back into the individual layer and we just hide the smoke for a second so that I can see. It's a little bit different in terms of angles. So let me see what I can do about that with regards to specifically the shape of the smoke, because that's the easiest way to just get rid of this big patch of nothing happening right here. Okay, that'll do. And on this side, something like that. Okay, save button, first frame, check, done. So then that begs the question of this one, with all its chaos. How much more overpaint are we going to need to do to this one? I'm gonna save my sanity over here. Delete. Lock opacity. Process. Erase. And basically use this as a template for the overpaint. And that is a hydrate, so everyone, let's acquire our nearest safe for consumption beverages and take a sip. At this point, I think that can go. Oh goodness, no. Yeah, okay. Hydrate. I might need to incorporate my old friend the cloud brush. Because this is a little bit nasty. Or you know what, actually? These brushes. Take it from being an ivy into something else altogether. I think that is probably going to be my best bet. In saving this particular plant and making it actually look painted. And reset the timer, I forgot. Again. Are we surprised? No. Okay. Whatever it used to be, I think that pretty much hides it. Successfully. Mostly. So now what we do is we come over here. And we grab our blue. And we make another layer. And we fill. Gasp. And fill. And fill. I'll then come back over here. And just softly, softly ease this. Okay, and grab that blue, lock that opacity, and drop some shadows down. There we go, getting there. Erase you. Okay. I'm happy with that piece of overpaint. So those two merge. What are you? Is there anything in here? Yes, this is inks. So, inks. Okay. Let me do a little bit more. Over here. That just looks like shoddy assembly, so let's just clean that up a little bit. Okay. That works. Now to the inks, which I need to make a little bit more present than what I had been thinking of earlier. And also making the adjustment regarding the placement and angle of that thing. I'm gonna head to bed. Hope everyone has a good stream. Alright, Alex, thank you so much for joining us. I hope you rest well. Nope. Wrong button. Okay, and then here, let's grab that color. Okay, that'll do. That'll do. Okay. That all needs to get compressed onto the overpaint layer. Ugh. Transfer down. Okay. Now, really, this time, inks. So, I'm gonna start with reducing our maximum to 5. I think that's gonna be a good starting point. Now let's see if we can keep these inks a little bit loose as well, while still doing the job. There we go. Okay. That's the table. Now the couch. Which is kind of important because the character interacts with it. And therefore it's a point of, oh, this is definitely different looking if it does not fit the same visual sort of a recipe. That'll work, okay. Whew. That was close. Okay, that works on the couch. Next we've got to do the picture frames. Doing this in 3D was definitely worth it, even though I'm doing all of this tracing work now, because it means that I can do this knowing that there is a structural consistency underlying everything. which is very, very helpful. Okay, almost there with the light, which is complicated on the best of days. And let's do that. And upright. Okay. Okay, that works. Next. There we go. Nope. Okay, almost got it, almost got it, almost got it, almost got it. Great. And now these. Okay. Something like that, and then like that. This is a little bit of heavy focus work, guys, I apologize. But it's worth it, I think. Okay, then next is gonna be the chairs. And that is another hydrate. So everyone, let's acquire our nearest safe for consumption beverages and take a sip. Time check. Okay. We are just under 2.5 hours into stream. So far things are going pretty well. Okay, I'm gonna do one more timer, and when this one goes off, I'm going to just go on BRB for a bit to just get a fresh cup of coffee, because I just finished mine. You know what, I feel like this back chair I'm going to actually full in black. Just so that there's less visual confusion about what's going on. There we go. Like that. Okay. That works. That works. And then lastly, okay. So for that one, I am happy with the inks. Now I just need to come over here again and do the fill on this. There we go. Copy you. And once again, replace the background in here. Like that. Okay. Save. Next most very important thing. Save button. Okay. And then I need here. Just clear this again. Where's my black color? Actually, I'm not going to do this just yet. First, what I want to do is I actually want to draw the character in. Okay, but that will do in a bit. I just want to check. This one, and go in a different area, so that one I'll have to do, I'll figure it out on its own. This one is going to be on white. Okay. This one, okay. Next set. Next screenshot to grab. Let it just do its thing. Stabilize. Hide the gimbal. Gizmo. Blah. Actually, I want to just creep slightly further that way. Okay. I'll leave that on. It's fine. It's not showing up in the glass. Okay. Hide the gizmo. Okay. Now in here. Let's just see how that matches up with our sketch. Not quite. We want to zoom in more. Okay. There we go, there we go, there we go. Let it just finish processing a little bit more. Grab you. Paste. Check and test. Good enough. Good enough. That is about as close as I'm ever going to get it. So I will adjust the sketch accordingly for the characters. Group. Background. There we go. And that's gonna want overpaint and I need to just rename this one. Okay, I was on frame 12, cool. Overpaint. And inks. Okay, let's start by just reducing this opacity. Nope. 3, 4, because it's close. There we go. There we go. And 3. There we go, there we go, there we go. Yeah. Okay. Then the round things. Or the curvy things, rather. There we go. That works for that one. Okay, that works. That works. I will do those ones with a weight slightly thinner, but I want to do the wall on this line weight still. Wait, don't do the dumb. Oh goodness, I totally messed that one up. Okay, try that again. There we go. Okay, slowly but certainly we're getting there. The hyperfocus hit me hard and fast there once again. I think it's because I'm coming out of a period of having had real trouble focusing as well. Because I will be very honest, the last week, 2 weeks were difficult. The last 2 weeks were difficult. My sense of time is bad right now. Please forgive me. My sense of time is always bad, but it's like especially bad at the moment. Okay. And then 2. No, I did not like that line. Okay. Door handle. Alright. Slowly but certainly, we're getting there. On this one as well. Okay, there we go. Next is gonna be these. Yeah, okay. So that is the hydrate. I am quickly gonna go into BRB and get a fresh cup of coffee, and we will continue inking the camera when we return. Okay, so good opportunity to stretch your legs, walk a turn, all of that madness, and I shall see you all in just a sec. Okay, we are back, we are back. Whew, and coffee has been acquired. So, everyone, let's acquire our nearest safe for consumption beverage and take a sip. Nice and toasty and comfy. Woohoo! Alright. We are inking a camera. That is what we are doing next. Right. So, first, timer. I sense that I'm about to get boxed by my cat. I can feel it in me bones. My knee's about to feel pain. From little teeth. Deciding, human, walk me to the food bowl. This instant. How dare you get up and not wait for me to also wake up. Gasp. Yep, I was not wrong. I was not wrong. I was not wrong. Okay. Alright, Chaos, let's just quickly go get you food. Yeah, man, move your bum. Move your bum. Come on. Okay, now we're back. Now we're back. Alright. That should do there. Alright. That is not gonna fly because that angle does not look wrong. Does not look right. It might be right, but it does not look right. And therefore we change it. I almost had it. That's about as good as I'm gonna get it, though. Next line. Nearly got it there. Okay. This panel is almost there. In terms of its background as well. The backgrounds are always a big thing because when they're done, everything else kind of falls into place just that much more easily. Because you can actually see where everything's supposed to be. All right. Now, just want to check how that looks without, so that I can see exactly where I am. Okay, that's not bad. We are in fact quite close to having this one fully inked. Yay! Okay, that's getting there. So then the next thing that is missing is the books, the light, and the stair lights. Let's do the stair lights first because that's pretty fast. Okay, then books. Almost got them. Okay, got him. Hooey, okay. Then is gonna be the light fitting. All I can say is I'm very glad I didn't have the mad idea to try and design something like this and keep it consistent manually without 3D guides, because that would have been a level of insanity too far. No. There we go. Okay. But that should have us covered. If I do this... Okay. It's all in. I do just want to come over here and just ease that lump a little bit. Because that was bugging me. Alright. So that needs now to be given the overpaint color treatment, but save button first. And I will do overpaint at the next step. Let's see which frames can we handle next. Those three happen on a null background. This one happens also on a null background. This angle is pretty common in the early part of the song, I see. Or rather, it's pretty common overall. This general looking towards the door. But there are... This shot is shared by 4 frames. This shot is shared by 4 frames because there's a movement step here. Something like that. Let's see how that flies in composition. No, I need to be inside the layer folder. And I can make it smaller. That's a nice change of pace, is to be able to actually make it smaller to fit the frame. Actually, this is presently shared by 2, not by 4, because, if I'm not mistaken, one, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. So what I want to do is I want to grab this object, which is the door, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, and I want to go rotate on the z-axis. Like that. Hide and hide. I'll just fold that. So let's get some alignments happening here. That corner is a good landmark. It's okay, girl. Why are you squeaking, huh? Why are you squeaking? Yeah, silly dog? Okay, let's just check. For all practical purposes, yes. Okay, great. Okay, cool. I'm gonna just use these two. That'll do the trick. So what I want to do is hide the sketch because it's now getting in the way. Is on this one. Grab that. Full white. Okay. Then these two are gonna get put into group called background. And there's going to be a layer called overpaint. And a layer called inks. Okay. Ah, boy. And both of these need to get scaled because I'm only going to use the two. Okay, the dog is obviously asking for something. I'm just going to quickly go check what she's up and what she's asking her about because I think otherwise it's going to be a long squeaky session. One moment, please. dog needed to walk a turn. I should have expected as much. Okay, so I'm still not there yet because the next one that we want to do is a rotate Z. Not quite that much. Undo. Rotate. Z. We don't necessarily want to see into the cupboard, but we do want to see that it's open. Okay, screenshot. And place. And position. Okay. There we go. So that is going to be our collection of angles for this particular set. So now we can grab that, switch that on, and go shrink. Okay. Like so. Okay, and now we go and we duplicate this down. No, we don't duplicate down yet. We don't duplicate down yet because firstly, I made a mistake. I realize. Also, while I was taking the dog to walk a turn, my hydrate chimer went off. So before I correct my mistake, which means redoing everything I just did, let's just grab our nearest safe consumption beverages and take a sip. How are we doing? Are we surviving? Are we surviving? Are we being productive with the things that we might be working on in the background? Okay. So, I'm happy with this viewing angle. What I'm not happy with is that we can see the bag and the camera. It's not working for this angle. What I'm going to do is I'm going to do two things. Firstly, Hide the camera shelf. Hide pencil case and the camera. Surviving so far and making slow but steady progress for a future project. Nice! That's fantastic. Where is this? Where are you hiding? There, okay. Okay, so I'm gonna hide that for a moment because I actually want that on a separate layer. Just for my sanity's sake, because it means less that I'm going to need to redraw, I think. Or rather, it's going to make things easier to draw in the in-between layers. Okay, so we're gonna go. This is the cupboard door open. So, print screen. Remove you, remove you, remove you, paste. Undo, 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 undo. Now hide, hide, hide. Hide. And print screen. Grab. Paste. Okay. Then grab you. Rotate Z other way. Okay. Print screen. Grab and paste. Okay. Undo. 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 And I want to still keep that hidden. I just want to grab proportionally the couch. Okay, because that I want to cut out and put on its own layer. So, we have now got the 4 screenshots, which are going to be pretty foundational stuff. So, first thing I want to do is I want to get the alignment after resetting the timer on these correct, so that I can move them with reasonable accuracy. Okay. So that works, okay. Then you like that. Okay. And then lastly you wildly off. Okay, and back up. Alright, now that means the one that's got the couch needs to be on top. And everything outside the couch on this one needs to go away. Boom. Let me just do this. Okay. Okay, that's going pretty well so far. Okay, that works. Okay, that's the couch cut out, ready to put in its own group. Couch. There we go. Inks and overpaint get duplicated and put back in the background folder. There we go. So then the couch gets hidden. And now these three. Ria, who's your shoulder friend? Shoulder friend is a Velcro plushie. Shoulder friend is a Velcro plushie. You can find more about him out in the video description. Hello, Calyx. Sorry if I missed you for a second there. I was really zoned in on making sure that I didn't mess up cutting out that couch. Yeah, nah, I've got a Velcro plushie on the shoulder. There have been interesting developments on that front in the last 24 hours. That's all I'm going to say about that. Crazy developments, but leading to possibly, probably healthier environments. Who knows? It is in the video description, right? It should be. I think I put it there. I think I copied. Not made new. I did copy, not make new. Okay, awesome. I had a feeling. Okay, yeah. Are the bottom set of books at squat height? Yeah, pretty much. But they are going to be pretty much mostly hidden as well, now that I look at it. Because there is a couch that is going to be obscuring most of it. Why not have one more level below that? Because it's not necessary. I did not bother modeling anything that was never going to be visible for the actual project. Also, I assumed that if there was going to be another piece of storage, there should probably be a drawer. Not in a modeling sense, but for IRL use case. Yeah. For IRL use case, I'd put a drawer there if I was building the staircase cupboard. You know, place where you can put things like the extra blanket that you give to the guest who comes to crash on the couch when things go wrong. You know? Or the extra hot water bottles. and that one fancy tablecloth that you use when mother-in-law comes over. Is there a worry that being too close to the floor would lead to dust pollution and so on? Not by my reasoning. I can't think of... Listen, with the number of drawers in my current abode that reside pretty much only a handful of centimeters above floor level, only to allow for the casters that keep them able to move, there's basically no danger of that. I was trying to think of what I was going to do at this point. I was going to do my scaling. That's what I was going to do at this point, because now we've got everything in place and aligned. So, crop mask on. Grab you. Get everything in frame, the way we want it in frame. I was thinking like how people say your computer should not sit directly on the floor because it'll suck in the dust, so people keep them raised slightly. Yeah, well, that's because computers also have fans that move air around. Like, that's one of the major reasons why you should not have it on the floor, is because of the ventilation issues, and also because you want as much airflow towards your computer tower as possible for cooling. Also, for some obscure reason, if you've got a half-size tower, then for some obscure reason, they always put a vent on the bottom. You know, where the feet are, where there is generally no airflow. And if you've got wood or carpet floors, it's a fire hazard as well to have your computer tower on the direct floor. On the floor directly. So the dust is part of it, but it's not the whole story. Okay. There we go. Happiness there. So those are now in the correct positions. Cupboard door open. Both doors closed. Front door open. Now on front door open, we want to make that white. There we go. And now we want to go to our ink slayer, grab black, hide you, the entrance to a fourth dimension, to a bright unknown. Actually, I want to use the one that is both doors closed as my foundation. Okay, that's good enough. Okay, and let's start over here. Rhea, did you make some tuning adjustments to your model? I've somehow gotten my iPhone connected again, so it's now functioning. And I don't know if it's actually connecting to the computer via the cable that I've got it working in, or if my Wi-Fi has spontaneously decided that it's not going to bug out, but it's behaving itself now, so I'm not complaining. I'm noticing the dark lines and shadow under your jaws a lot more than when you look up and to your left. Yeah. Yeah. I think I might also be sitting in a slightly different place relative to my computer as well, which might have an impact on how the tracking is capturing. Does the couch cover the bottom here? Yes, it does. Fantastic. That means I don't have to worry about redrawing that. What I do need to worry about, though, is the door frame, because that's a constant. Why does my brain go different directions mid-sentence? I did not mean to type the or. Don't worry about it. The number of times that I write a sentence, edit it, and then post it, and then realize, ah, shucks, I've got a particle in the wrong place. It happens. It just happens. I have an indefinite article where I wanted a definite one. No. Here we go, there we go, there we go. clean up that one, which is a mistake, and draw that bottom round. There we go. Okay. I think this is going to be the last frame that I work on today. And methinks that for tomorrow's session, we'll go back to Miari and see how much more character work we can get done. On that animatic. Because both of them are due on the 30th of July, I believe. But I think Miari's is closer to being done, so I want to see if I can get that one done and delivered so that I can then throw all necessary attention onto this one. Because there is so much more to do on this one. It's longer, more complicated. And has more characters by orders of magnitude. Okay, next. That was a hydrate timer. So everyone, let's acquire our nearest safe for consumption beverages and take a sip. There we go. Alright, after the next timer, we go into Zatsu mode. To decompress before we end stream. Okay, so that should be almost all of our common elements, so it's just the books now. Okay. Nearly there, nearly there, nearly there, nearly there. Okay. Check what happens here. So, the last book that gets any visibility is that one, which means we don't actually need to draw anything beyond this. Okay, so great. check. Wonderful. Okay, we got it. That should mean that all of our standard pieces are now inked for these 3 different areas. Okay, so the overpaint still needs to happen for that, but that will be... let's think. Overpaint on the standards. Yeah, that ain't gonna do the trick. Let's think. The main thing here is gonna be Counter Pickpod, welcome in. Hello, hello. How have you been? I've been doing well, thank you. I hope you have as well. This is Sam. Oh, hello there. Different account. Hi, Sam. Sam account rebranded. Okay, okay. Alright, noted. Okay. I will assign that to my mental library for future reference. How go things? Life is busy, per usual, but things are well. Okay. Busy but good is good. Just bought a car. Oh, nice. Congrats. Honda Fit, low miles, clean, low rust. Nice. Sounds like a good deal. It's a good get around town type vehicle. Workhorse, in a way. Got a loan for it? I hope that you are able to pay off your loan swiftly. Gonna have it paid off in 4 years? Oh, that's not bad. That's not bad. Okay, I don't want to go too ham on the overpaint on sections that are going to be still rehashed for the variants on this shot. So the floor, which we're not actually going to see because there's a couch in front of it. How much of the floor is there a couch in front of? Not all of the floor, noted. So over here. Let's grab some of that color. Okay. So then those two get duplicated and duplicated. Okay. So now I just check. That's door closed. Both doors closed. That one is front door open. So which one is the front door open variant? You. So you three. Go into this one. Yep. Okay. Then the next one is both doors closed. Okay. Which is duplicate, group, background. That one, both doors closed. And then over here, that one is that door open. So those three, group, background. And that goes into number 31. Okay, and the actual person sketch over the top I will adjust according to the actual terrain, the actual environment, now that we've got a perspective reference. So we've got that little door open, door closed, door open, door closed sequence. That's got to fly through. Okay. That's the latest for me, along with a rebrand and disconnecting from social media. Sai and I revived the podcast solely for our own fun, minimal editing, no marketing, never looking at metrics. I see. So then, I take it then that this is the podcast channel. One of many that I have a Spreaker auto-distribute to? Okay. Good to know. Okay. That is indeed good to know. Just having fun recording and taking a set and forget approach. I'm glad if you have found a speed that works for you. Time check. 15 minutes left on this timer. Let's see if I can get this couch sorted. Eek. It's just for our own enjoyment and an outlet for intellectual discussion that he and I had been missing for a bit, often with many tangents and asides. Yeah, that's grand. Sometimes just having that is worth a ton. So, if it fills your tank, then I hope that it brings you guys joy. Because worrying too hard about how certain things are received by an audience, sometimes it really does just sap the fun out of it. Sometimes you can just have an intellectual conversation simply for the sake of having the conversation, right? Okay, No. Okay, that works. Nearly done with this couch. Nearly done. Let me just get this angle such that I'm not fighting it. Come on. Almost there. Almost had it. Nope. It's not perfect, but that's maybe a good thing. Okay, upright. Now for a little bit of depth. Over there. And there. Cool. So that does it for the inks. Now we need to grab that back to full opacity and come to the overpaint and clip that down. Grab you, grab you, and start with that. I realized I'd lost the joy in my content creation endeavors and cared too much about the metrics, so a mental reset was needed. Unlisted my past content and swore off Twitter discourse. That is a good idea. Getting out off of the Twitter discourse is just one of the best things that you can ever do for your mental state, honestly. It's so easy to get in a trap of unnecessary conflict there. It's a platform where, in order to survive, you really, really, really need to be incredibly mindful about which topics you're going to write a comment for and then delete before you hit the send button. You know? It's honestly just not worth it most of the time. Okay. That is the couch, which can now get duplicated into the other backgrounds. Woohoo! So, duplicate, 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 collapse, 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 collapse. 1, 2, and 3. Come over here and drop that inside the background layer like that. Same over here. Like that. Meanwhile, I'm trying to psychologically decouple gaming from content creation. Trying to reclaim the fun I had before. Hasn't been easy, honestly. Missing having people to play games with. Yeah. I can imagine that definitely being an issue. Like, that's the thing that I've never understood about the whole streaming space, right? Is that people automatically assume that, okay, you are streaming, therefore you ought to be playing games. In some way. And while, yes, I suppose it is an easy way to have something to engage with your audience about, I don't know. My favorite streams have always been chatting type streams, right? The ones that I want to go and spend time in are always other people's chatting streams. So, interesting discussions, and that sort of thing. It's always been more my speed than person is playing this game today type streaming, if that makes sense. I guess that's kind of one of the reasons why when it comes to what I do, yes, I'm doing my own work most of the time. But it's one of the reasons why I save the game streams for the days where it's like, I really just need a mental reset. And hope that it works. Unlike last week. I don't know what it was about last week. Or I don't know what it is about the current area I am in Final Fantasy XIV. I have tried to get to the next part of the game on 3 separate streams, and all of them have failed spectacularly for different reasons. Like, is it just telling me, okay, do that quest offline and then come back to it later with a new thumbnail that's not cursed? I don't know. And the timing on that is good. That was our hydrate timer. So, everyone, let us acquire our nearest safe consumption beverage. Take a sip. We have achieved quite a lot in terms of our backgrounding this day. Considering that we have a lot of wild angles to deal with, and that I've been working entirely out of screenshots from Blender. So, save button. Save button. I found it easier to ramble alone in a video, not in a live stream. Chatting streams only work for those with a certain average viewership. I could not get good at yapping on stream without someone to chat with, either in VC or a stream chat. Yeah. Like, that's when Rent a Crowd helps, honestly. To have something that is a hook topic that you're going to discuss, having a crib sheet of a bunch of questions to ask, even if it's just asking yourself those questions and rambling your own answer to them. At some point, someone is going to come in and ask their own fresh question as a tie-in, right? I think most small streamers can lean on gaming because it's something they can do even when there's no one actively chatting. Yeah. Art is the same in that regard as well, because let's just be real, on a quiet day or on a hyper-focused day, it's very easy for the CCV to dwindle amazingly, and for the chat to just not move, even if you've got like between 3 and 10 people there. You can be in utter silence for 3 hours. No one says a word in chat. It's so easy for that to happen. Because introverts, right? And it's scary sometimes when that happens. At that point, you kind of just look at the live stream numbers and think, okay, I'd rather not see those numbers, right? But that's when just having, okay, a debrief maybe of your thought on a certain topic for the day is good enough. Like, art streams tend to have a high number of lurkers. They do. We do. We sincerely do. I appreciate the lurkers. You guys are amazing. Because a lot of the time what ends up happening is that in art streams, there are other artists who are also arting on their own projects while sitting in the art stream. Right? So it kind of becomes like this quiet group draw along. It's something that tends to happen quite frequently. finish the coffee. Yeah. Okay, so I will take screenshots and send that through to client, but for now, let us return to Zatsu. There we go. To be fair, the majority of my YouTube streams are mostly lurkers. There are very few active chatters, so maybe that's just the difference in platform cultures. Twitch viewers seem more likely to actually chat. Yeah, that is something. I think also part of the reason for that is that with your Twitch viewers, what tends to happen a lot is that after a while, Twitch viewers start to learn that, oh, their views only count towards their streamer when they're actually participating. Whereas with YouTube, it's very lurker friendly in the sense that it counts active watch hours regardless of whether you're actively engaging with chat or not. So it still sees you. YouTube still sees you, even if you're not participating. So while for a chatting type stream, it's definitely more difficult to be on YouTube as a smaller streamer. But that's just when you need to really, really focus on your planning. If you're going to be doing something chat-oriented, or that's when you're going to want to say, have an absurd topic, maybe. Make a presentation. Just let it fly as if you're rambling into the void. And if people show up, great. If not, it's evergreen. Twitch also gamifies the engaging as a viewer with the channel points, subs, and the like. Yeah. Which also, depending on the kind of content you're doing, may be something that amplifies your content, or it might be something that interrupts your content, which is one of the reasons why I migrated to YouTube, is because what my personal content type is, it gets interrupted by things very easily. Yeah. And that sort of interruption completely breaks the flow of how a stream can progress, and for me personally, I find that it reinforces the bully your streamer culture a little bit, which I don't want to feed for myself personally. So it's one of the reasons why I migrated. On top of the fact that I have historical evidence that no, my art is not generated by artificial intelligence of the generative nature. It is not built by the theft machine. It is built by an actual person who sits staring at a screen and crying. No. I just, I don't cry much. I don't cry much. I sit and wonder what in the blue blazes I'm thinking, but I don't cry much from looking at what I'm doing and wondering what in the blazes I'm doing. No. But yeah, it's good. It's good evidence. So for me, it's important to have the VODs available for all eternity, or for however long YouTube decides that I may keep my account. So yeah, it was compounded decisions on my part to do the migration to a YouTube streamer. I'm just grateful that, once again, I'm doing something that I was going to be doing anyway, but now I've just got an excuse to yap while doing it and not quite feel so isolated in the process. Because one of the things that, while working, you guys have all noticed this, I kind of describe what I'm doing and work with and most of the time I'm just describing the internal thought process of what I'm actually doing. rather than trying to keep a conversation necessarily going, because I specifically know that we've got lots of lurkers who don't necessarily want to 100% engage. If people ask questions and that leads into a conversation topic that goes places, and we have the Zatsu section at the beginning, at the end, you know, where chat can kind of set the mood for the day, then yeah, that's a thing. And new people coming in saying hi, how's your father, bloody fish paste, all that jazz. It lends itself to having opportunities to either just be comfortable in each other's presence, being productive, or to actually have full-fledged conversations that go interesting directions in the course of the stream. So I think it really just depends on what kind of thing you want to yap about. Like, I imagine that there is a scope for people who want to have a once-a-week stream where they're discussing the webtoons they read that week, or the web novels they read that week, or whatever they found on fanfiction.net, or whatever the latest place is that people are reading fanfictions, or blah, I don't know. I know writers who frequent there. I have not actually been there myself. Mostly because I don't actually even get to engage much with the original content, let alone fanworks. So yeah. I know it exists, but I've not been there. Yeah, no. Like, if you can find a thing that you can reliably talk about, you can yap into the void. But it is a skill to develop an internal monologue that you can have a discussion entirely by yourself, basically, and progress it. And it's a skill that needs work sometimes. I mean, sometimes just trying to think, okay, what is the next point that makes reasonable sense from where I am talking about now? What is the next reasonable line of conversation? Should someone not pop up with a next question in the next 5 seconds? That's a skill that one develops. You have to. I know you're a diehard webtoon girl. You could probably gush about your favorite series on end. I probably could, but I also have so many that I need to catch up on and reread because weird stuff happened and I needed to make a new webtoon account last year. And with that, my reading history kind of got yoinked. So I need to actually restart a couple because I can't remember what episode number I was on, so I can't pick up where I left off. On a whole bunch. So there's that little detail. I need to restart Jungle Juice, amongst others. So many others that I need to restart. Been there before? Yeah, so like I need to restart a bunch to catch up on reading history, but I know that there's like, I need to find weekends where that's possible because there are some that are now sitting at like 130, 150 episodes, and it's like, can't do that in short spurts. Need to catch up on Unordinary. I'm a couple of years behind. Yeah, Unordinary is great. I also need to catch up. I think I am like 4 or 5 months behind on Unordinary. I feel horrible about that. I know City of Blank just recently ended, and I want to read that before it goes behind paywall as an original, because that is going to happen. I don't know what the time period is before it's going to go behind the paywall. City of Blank, I want to catch up. I think I was somewhere around the 80th or 90th episode there. I think. I can't remember exactly. Once again, it's one of those that I needed to restart. And I know I'm desperately far behind. But yeah. There are a lot of good ones, but it's like, oof. One needs to have... Okay, we're gonna talk about this webtoon this week, or what were the updates on the reading list, and what points of interest popped up, or have a binge and then see, okay, so here's the tea for this arc. Yeah. Like, if you're an active consumer of a media, you can have a sort of reactive discussion to that. Which isn't entirely dissimilar from the entire gaming thing. Except instead of having a live response to the gameplay itself, you're more invested in, you know, the actual storytelling and how things are perceived and blah. I'm waiting for Unordinary's third season to finish up before I continue it. Ooh, okay. Okay, never mind, I'm not as far behind as I thought. I'm on chapter 347 of 390. Wow, okay. Sure. I don't know what episode number it was. But I think the last episodes I read were around about where the attack on the mountain happens. And Seraphina gets kidnapped. I think it was somewhere around there. I can't remember exactly the order of events anymore. It's updating most Wednesdays, so catch up quick if that's your plan. Yeah. Yeah. Like, it's in my notifications saying Unordinary is updating. It's like, guys, there are so many webtoons that are in my to start list and update list, and I'm not getting to them. I feel bad about that. Hello, you. Yes, Chaos Smell? What was that? Ah, it's 5 in the morning, that's what's that. Okay. Yeah. Chaos Cat is telling me it's bedtime. Why? Because first light is starting to poke through the skylights. Heard the kitty cat, yeah. Chaos Smell, doing the thing. He attacked my knee earlier. In a most violent fashion. Those of you who heard the gasp heard the gasp. What's worst is I predicted the gasp. And I think it was not 5 seconds later. Zap! Fun times. Yeah. I have a second chair in my room specifically for him to sit on. Out of context question, single piece or two-piece bodysuit? Ooh, that depends on the closures on the bodysuit, honestly, because and also the context in which it is worn and for how long it is anticipated to be worn, because a full day in a bodysuit that does not have closures that let you go to the restroom is not a good idea. Don't know how you do that. I used to stay up until sunrise, but no more. Ah, yes, you see, Sam, the thing that I do is I work on a biphasal sleep cycle on these days where I stream to the American time zones. So I go to bed at sunrise, basically, wake up at 9, be awake until like 1 o'clock in the afternoon so that I can handle any domestic madness and assist any household affairs that need doing. Then like 12:30, 1 o'clock, I go down until 5 in the afternoon, wake up, make supper, do some prep work for stream, and then midnight comes around and I hit the go live button, roughly. So that's my schedule on Mondays, Tuesdays, Wednesdays. Technically, I go to bed really late on Sundays as well. I could potentially be streaming on Sundays, but I have not committed to it yet because it honestly depends on the day. But yeah. Thursdays, however, I have to reset to be in my local time zone again, so Europe time. So on Thursdays, when I go to bed at 5 o'clock in the morning, I wake up only at like 1 o'clock. So I try and sleep through the morning till 1 o'clock. Then it's supposed to be the 9:30 stream. And then I am awake for weekend social events that would include being able to spend time with family and any planned things with friends and what have you. I also sleep during the day. Yeah, Zany, it's sleeping during the day, if you have those sorts of shifts, it just makes sense. Speaking of sleep, I'm going to bed soon. Eva's already asleep there. I can understand that. The timing works out because I did try to stream for it to be evening-ish to night-ish in American time zones, so it makes sense. It does make sense. It does a number on my ability to interact with people in my own time zone most of the time. But you know what? At the moment, it is what it is. Yeah. She got a job recently, so she's been more tired more often and has put cooking channel on indefinite hiatus. Oh, I see. Look, I'm glad she got work. But I understand that it can be immensely draining, especially in the early days. Depending on the type of work, it can get cumulatively more draining, but yeah, I understand. It's not easy. It's definitely not easily balancing things. Yeah, no. The chaos that is trying to exist as a human being who is expected to participate in economy and still enjoy making things and sharing fun things, right? Chaos, right? Chaos. Anyway, that is me running out of steam. Thank you guys for joining me. It was a productive day. All of the screenshots. Tomorrow we will continue working on Miari's animatic. More character art is going to happen. So that is going to be... that's going to be a little bit faster, and I think hopefully, at least as far as feel goes, it ought to be a little bit faster going through the inking and blah for all of that. I'm probably just going to do a basic fill first and then come back to actual colors after doing the inking pass on everything. But yeah, now that we have a decent car, she wants to take road trips around the US. Ooh. Well, if you guys manage to get appropriate leave for that and have capacity for it, then I hope you really, really take the time, enjoy it, experience everything that your country has to offer. If there's one thing that I know, is that when you are a resident of a place, it is so easy to fall into the trap of just never seeing the sights of your own country of origin, and really making the most of knowing your own country. So if you can take the opportunities to do so, then I hope you guys really thoroughly enjoy it. Have a good rest. I'll be trying to keep in touch more. Oh, yay, I'm gonna look forward to that. It's not easy maintaining contact with people, honestly. On the best of days, life is a whirlwind. And once you get into the working adult phase of life as well, it gets doubly as difficult, right? It gets doubly as difficult. Because just no one's got really time at the same time anymore. And everyone is tired. So, yeah. One understands why the average adult friendship ends up devolving into a have a coffee that lasts 2 hours and catch up on the last 5 years, and you see them again 5 years from now. Yeah, it really makes sense that that's kind of how adult friendships end up kind of just being. Yeah, nah. It's kind of weird. That's kind of been my entire frame of reference for what friendships look like the entire time, so it makes it very difficult to actually engage with people of the newer generation who engage with their friends more frequently. I'm notoriously bad at it. Tourette syndrome does not make it any easier. I can understand that. I can totally understand that. It's difficult. Socializing in general is difficult. I'm a serial lurker on Discord. I get you. I'm a serial lurker on my own Discord too. Oh man. I try to be active there, but it's like, okay, mostly everything that I've got to say I end up saying in stream anyway. So, like, only when I've got stuff that's like, this is too random and off the wall, it's not going to end up in the Discord probably. I want to get better about it because I'm missing social interaction with people of similar interests. Yeah, I get you. Like, at the moment, I'm trying to focus my social activity on Discord to my own Discord server and to the Plumie server, for obvious reasons, Oshi's server there. But like, I'm in a bunch of other servers, and there I just kind of lurk and see, okay, when is people live? What are they doing? Oh, is this person released a new song cover? Okay, cool. Add it to the supporter queue. Yeah. Slowly introducing Eve to gaming. Very slowly. Yeah. Fun times. I hope that you guys find points of connection. It also depends entirely on what kind of gaming you guys do, because let's phrase it this way. Once upon a time when I played games with my brother, he liked doing competitive stuff, but then he was also 12, and 12-year-old boys are known for being really competitive, and that put me off of literally anything competitive. Like, it killed my raid mist, because I always lost. I was like, okay, if I'm doing anything co-op and it's a game and it's competitive, I know I'm gonna lose anyway. Let's just zero effort our way through it. She enjoyed our playthrough of a co-op game called Blanc, so that's progress. Oh, nice. Yeah. A collaborative co-op is for a new gamer definitely the easier in. Definitely the easier in, because if it's competitive stuff and you're a newbie, you always wonder, am I good enough? Am I just wasting the other person's time? And all of the invasive thoughts just hit you like a train. So, She's also wanted to play Monopoly, so I got that on Switch and have had a couple of games of that. We also plan to play Super Mario Galaxy co-op soon. Ooh, okay. Yeah, I'm old school. The only Monopoly I've ever played is the actual physical board game. Yeah, but it's been a couple of years on that as well. No one has got the guts for a Monopoly game that could easily last 4 hours. Once upon a time, between me, my brother, and my uncle, we played a Monopoly game that lasted for 3 days. Oh dear. That was... I don't know how it lasted for 3 days, but it was also... I was losing it by the end of that game. I was totally losing it. Yeah. 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 Digitized board games and card games, I can understand their appeal, but it's like also, once again, you gotta have people to play it with. We'll stay in the co-op and cozy spheres for sure. Yeah. Co-op and cozy are definitely beginner friendly. Definitely beginner friendly. Especially when figuring out what someone likes. Like, it's a good idea to start slowly introducing new aspects here and there. But, always having the back door open to say, okay, is this something the newbie actually enjoys or not? And then see, okay, how does the journey progress? My parents have the physical board game, and that was her introduction to Monopoly. The video game streamlines things and offers alternative quick game rule sets. Ah, I see. That makes sense. Yeah. Yeah, let's just phrase it this way. My current relationship with anything console-based is very much one of I shall observe from afar for a while, because yeah, the whole recent there will be no physical discs going forward announcement that happened at the beginning of the month, yeah, that doesn't sit well with me. That does not sit well with me. Let's put it this way. July has been a month for looking at systems in gaming that are abusive to the players, and generally just looking at that and saying nope. Just nope. Using a controller is her biggest hurdle. She's only ever played the occasional casual game on mobile via touchscreen. Ah, yeah, that makes sense. The quality of a controller also has a big impact on how that feels, as well. Like, and how effective it is as an input device. Like, for example, in order to do controller rigs for VTubers, I acquired I think it was maybe the equivalent of like a $2 controller at a China shop a year or two ago now. It has the absolute worst left toggle sensitivity. Like, Just the absolute worst. It is completely useless for actually playing a game. Because you kind of have to move the stick halfway before it even starts to engage. I was like, okay. I cannot actually use that to play a game. I can use it to test if the model works, but I can't actually use it to play a game. I didn't like that announcement either, and it came right as I was considering converting to PS5 because my gaming PC is still dead. And I don't know how to fix it this time. Oh no. Sounds like you need a basic Xbox 360 controller? Yeah, basically. Yeah. I just need to get one that's not the $2 budget option. But then again, at the moment it's not necessarily a worthwhile investment because I'm not playing a lot of games. So, there's that consideration. Yeah. Investment versus what is the actual amount of use that it's going to see. So recently, one of you mislings, I suspect it was Zany. Simply because of timing. Acquired a new mouse for me with a trackpad. Thank you for that. I really, really appreciate it. It has been saving my skin the last month. You have no idea. I have not yet played a game with it. So I have no idea how that's going to be in terms of gaming. I will find out eventually, I suppose. Probably after I'm finished with this deadline grind. For these animatics. Smiles smugly. Thank you, Zany. Thank you, Zany. I appreciate it. But yeah, it's been an absolute lifesaver for inputs. My thumb thanks you significantly. I've gotten used to it really, really quickly as well, so it's really, really an enjoyable piece of hardware. Having the trackpad on top instead of by the thumb area is one of the biggest quality of life changes. Honestly, it makes things so much easier to navigate. Switch and a PS4 all I have. Well, that is still good hardware. Still good hardware. But yeah, let's just phrase it this way. Big shifts need to happen in the gaming industry, and unfortunately the only way that people are going to be able to vote for those shifts are with our wallets. I have decided for myself, if and when I finally manage to get anything Miss Taven related and done and ready to ship, and that's going to be a long process, because oh my word, I have learned that there is so much that I need to learn to be a developer, right? If I ever do a physical edition, it will ship on a hard drive. It will ship on a hard drive so that you have it physically on disk. That is one thing that I've decided for myself, right? And a purchase option will be for a digital distribution. You will get the files, right? You will get the files. By hook or by crook. I will make it happen. You will actually get the game, not just a license to the game. That is Those are the two things that I have decided for myself, is that my distribution channel for anything Misthaven related, when you're buying, you're actually buying. Because I think that for people who invest, it is reasonable. Like, those are the two major complaints that I have seen for physical media and digital purchases. Is you're not buying the actual software, but you're licensed to it, which is very, very, very platform fragile. Let's phrase it that way. But when it comes to the physical things, what I've noticed is that not everyone actually has a DVD drive in their towers anymore, right? Or in their computers anymore. There is not space for a disc to actually be put in. But everyone's got USB ports, so a hard drive that's got a USB in is maybe a more reliable option. I've seen Kickstarters and such with backer rewards being the product on a custom flash drive, so something like that, yeah. Yeah, if I do a special edition of anything Misthaven that will be on a physical purchase, it would be on a hard drive. I'm not necessarily a fan of a USB stick on its own, in the sense, in the classic sense, because those tend to have very short lifespans. But like, a dedicated hard drive would be cool. Like, I don't know how big the game will eventually end up being, but yeah. What I would want to do is I'd want to put it on a hard drive, preferably a hard drive with extra space on it, so that if any DLC content ever ends up being made, you can save it on the same hard drive as the full game. I want one, but they're not common. I've seen someone made a SSD cartridge system for their Steam games. I saw that too fleetingly. That's super cool. I have to find videos again. Yeah. I also fleetingly saw that. I think it was 2 or 3 days ago now. In the social feed. So it's long lost. In the archives of things that you scroll past on Twitter. I'm gonna sleep, Hal. Have a good night. Yes, thank you so much, Sam. Rest well. It is indeed time to call it a day. It has been another 20 minutes. So everyone, one last hydrate before bed, and then I shall see you on the morrow. Where we shall be populating the forest with things like plot. Alright, everyone, rest well, and until next time. Cheery bye.